Okay, we are live on Instagram. We are live on Twitch, and we just need to have some little music. Let's find something. Okay, so we are now on live on Instagram. We are live on Twitch. Hi everyone. I hope you're having a great weekend. And this is live on Convember session number 13 and 14 because yesterday I was off, so I didn't make any iteration on the Convember experiment, and I would like to continue. I think to experiment maybe on the fur shader, but I'm not sure. But we'll continue, and we will try to make two experiments today's in order to make an experiment from to get to make the yesterday experiments. So because as again I was off, and make some new experiments today, and I'm looking at some of the ideas I've got, and I think I will try to continue on this fur shader, but with something a little bit different. Okay, so on our little Furman experiments, there are two things I wanted to try. First of all, I was thinking about changing the fur system, but I'm not sure we will have the time right now. As I said the last time, where's my Twitter account? Yeah, here it is. As I said the last time, there is two. Let me just reduce a little bit the sound on the background. Okay. So there is two main system for fur. The first one is shell, pixel shell, which is basically this one, and this is what we've made so far on our little guy. So if we try to zoom on our guy, we can see basically we just duplicate the shape along the normal axis, and we put some strats on the fur in order to create this elongated fur. It looks quite natural, even if we can see the ball under the fur. So I kind of like this one. It looks like a cotton ball, but it's really not perfect. And another thing, it didn't cast shadow on himself. So this is the main problem. And the other experiment, so you can see here, let me show you the uncompressed version on which was uploaded on Instagram. So I think it was for this project. Yeah, this was this. So it's quite interesting to have this kind of shell here, as you can see. As you can see, you will have this little extrusion. It's really kind of painted fur. It's quite interesting. And the other one is this one. which is based on geometry shader, and which on the flat surface it's really more beautiful, as you can see here. And because it's based on geometry, might be more realistic, a little bit more realistic. I was a little bit concerned over my first experiment, and I think I will try maybe tomorrow to check. Maybe I'll try to check tomorrow, I think, why we have so much alpha on it. So as you can see, we see a little bit, we see too much of the ball, so might be coming from the space between each extrusion, because we are a little bit too far from the element. So for example, it was, so if I reduce a little bit, as you can see, it would be more realistic. But if we try to augment it, we see that now we have more space between each thread, so it's a little bit not complicated, but I think it's come from this. So if I had something like that, so let's say 0.3, the fur would be more convincing. Okay, so 0.8, we were something like that. We're at 0.85. Okay. The second thing I want to explore is basically here we have some kind of Frankenstein shape. We only spawn, I think it's 50 elements, which is not really a lot of them. 25, so yeah, 25. So not so many sphere on it. So yeah, and each sphere is take a random position directly on the mesh. So first thing is I want to get rid of this randomness and not spawning the I don't want to spawn the sphere on the vertices, but for this one I want to spawn the sphere on the rig. So this might be a better solution. So it will follow the joint of our elements. So let's try this. And the last one will be on the texture, and I think I will try to explore some noise texture inside the fur. So it might be quite interesting to get that, but we will try that. So let's try this part. First of all, as usual, I will need to duplicate everything to be sure. So to create a new scene, so I will create the scene with the name of yesterday because it was the 13 experiment. So here, no, I don't want to save this. I want to save as 13. Okay. And again, I will need to retake all these little guys here. So let's duplicate each of them. So here we are. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So this was for the controller, and now I need to rename the GPU mesh controller. Okay, and I can change all these little guys here. So this one we can get rid of this one. So let's put this. Let's put this one. as always. So 25, for example, 151. Let's put a sphere with the same shape for everyone, so something like 25, 25 with a model of 111. And we will get a sphere. So where is my sphere? Yeah, it's here. Okay, color will be white. We can put some randomness. We don't need that, but we can put some randomness. And we will use the same materials we've made. So let's duplicate the material, but we will use the same one. So it's basically the same shader. So okay. And then the compute shader, I think we will use the same. Okay, so now I can get rid of this part. So first of all, we will try to focus on getting on spawning our sphere on the rig and not on the body. So remember. Merci Bérangère. J'espère que le live sur IART se passe bien. Ça avait l'air d'être pas mal. Il y avait pas mal de super travaux d'étudiants. En tout cas, ça c'est cool. Et plaisir de revoir un peu des travaux de tout le monde. So yeah, back to English. So yeah, during the first stream, we've made two things. We spread two tags. The first one was the mix and mesh, because the main idea was to getting the vertices on this of the all the meshes which has this tag. So it was the mix and mesh. But I've also prepared this one, which is the mix and rig, and this basically can get applied to all elements of the rig, and the main idea was to be able to display the rig. So I think it's here. We can show here as the gizmo. And if I say so, this is the rig, and I want to spawn some elements on the rig. So might be interesting. So I need to modify the GPU mesh controller. Not the GPU mesh controller, the main controller, and I think I will need to modify also the mixamo rig, but I'm not sure. So let's see our mixamo rig. I've made a simple controller, and this one is quite simple. So the main idea is to get the rig from a tag. So we have this mixamo rig position, which is a list of vec4, sorry, and basically for each frame we clear these elements. We simply create a new for each element on the mixamo rig, which is here. So remember, this is our little list here. So for each element which is on this list, okay, so we have one, we create a new list of vec4, and we fill this list with all the elements which has the same rig tag. And here we simply feed elements. Okay, so no problem. In my GPU mesh controller, I've also made something like that. I made another bind vector array which take a vec4. So this is ready, and it's simply if the pose buffer is not created, it simply create a pose buffer, a compute buffer which has the size of float 4. So this is basically taking the size of one float multiplied by 4, because we have 4 floats inside the vector x, y, z, and w component. Then we bind this to our we bind the data to our post buffer, and we bind the post buffer to the compute buffer. So we need to change the compute buffer also. Okay. So as we need to change the compute buffer, we will directly create a new one, and we will apply it on our GPU mesh controller, which is here. So we'll use this one, and I will simply make some modification directly into it. So the first modification is now the structure buffer here for position is a float 4 because it has X, Y, Z and W component, as I said. Then remember we use this here, so we will try to simply say X, Y, Z component because our position is a float 3 and not a float 4. So this part is good, and I think we only need to change the controller. So I need to get this get mixamo from tag. Okay, so now I can simply comment this part. So when we've got this part, let's comment everything here. Let's try to focus on the setup. So I changed the get mixamo vert3 list, which take the vertex position on the mesh by the get mixamo rig from tag, which basically compute the rig position all over the time at each frame, in fact. So now I can simply say that this is it's not a vec3 but my list of vertex and my list of vertices. In fact, let's say list of joints, it's a vec4, and we will simply say that this is our little new guy, which was mixamo vert list here. So this is the hidden here. So yeah, the hidden list. So now it's simply not our mixamo vert list at index 0, but we will take the mixamo rig position at index 0 because we only have one rig to track. So we can check everything. So for each one of our GPU mesh controller, we simply change the norm list and the position list. So this one is not useful anymore. And this one is not useful anymore. But we change it to it. So now we initialize the GPU mesh controller. We bind Victor array, but we will bind our little guy here. Okay, and now we can compute our elements. Now we will need to change these two little guys. This one we don't need it, but remember the GPU mesh controller pose list is basically the first position of our sphere, so it will be at the first frame. Okay, during the spawn. In fact, I can simply say it's we can simply don't use this one. I think at first we will try to spawn the sphere on CPU side at 0, 0, 0, and all the position will be directly set by our compute shader. But if I change this part, I will need to change some other parts. So in our GPU mesh controller now, we add these two elements and we will not use them anymore. But here, as you can remember, we've used them because we use the pose list, we define the number of instances which was based on the instance we set earlier. Okay, so we need to get rid of all this little guy here, so let's simply try to get this part also. Rotation, we don't need this, we will change a little bit, and I think the rotation will simply keep this. Okay, so for the rotation we will keep the random rotation. For the pose list, as I said, I want a new vector 3 which has a size of 0, 0, 0. Then the random index is basically not necessary anymore because we will put I as our index. Okay, and I think this is good for this part. And now I need to say the same here on the update, so take the mix and rig. We take everything and we bind our little guy here to the compute shader. So let's try. So we have a lot of mistake. We have num_y, num_y and num_y. So I think I've deleted, yeah, because the randomness depends on the num_y, which is the normalized position on the y-axis. So I don't need that. Okay, so if I'm correct, I might end up having some sphere on our rig. Okay, perfect. So we don't have enough instance. Okay, we don't have enough instance in order to fill all the rig. That's why our max instance here is basically set by the user. So now I can simply say that our little value of the GPU mesh controller here, so the value of max instance before the initialization, for example, might be defined by our by the number of vertices we have in our, so max instance is defined by the number of vertices we have in our array list. And now I can get a ball for, okay, so now it's better. We're respecting all the position for each instance. Seems good. We can get rid of some of this little rig. Okay. So for example, I can simply get rid of some here. So let's say, I think it's here on the end. So left arm, left forearm, left end. So left end is here, and now we have this, and I think I will only get the tip. So this and this would be untagged. Okay, so it's simplified, and it would be the same for the white. So right. So we got the tip, but not this one. Okay. Perfect. Something else, we can maybe simplify a little bit the foot by simply avoid this element. So it might be here. So this is this one. This is the same here. Okay. So the toe based would be untag, and we will not have it as a possible instance position. Okay. So now we can change the size. This would be too big, I think. Yeah. 0505. Okay. Okay. If we avoid the rotation, we have something like that. Oh, it's starting to be better. Okay. And now we can try with various models just to check. For example, let's see what's happened when we spawn some furry cube. It's kind of interesting to see that if you use something with not spherical ball, something like more airy at first, it might give us something quite different. So let's try to create a little shape based on this idea. Okay, so let's try to create some spiky shape to have some base. So I will take this one and I will say not this one. I want a sphere, but this sphere would be an icosphere. As you can see, it's better. Do something like that. Starting for a sphere might be interesting. So now we'll use a displacer. Some noise. So we can try something like that. Try to spawn some kind of shape like this one and see how the fur shading behave. So we put this in the geo and we will name it spikes. Okay. Go back to the spikes. Let's change the model here. Yeah, it's really big. Of course. 001. Okay, let's try something like that. Okay. We could also try to increase this and apply some smooth interpolation and do it so like something like a cloth surface, just to be able to smooth this a little bit. Okay. Let's try this spiky one to see the change. So it would be spiked too. It would have the same size as pack one. Okay, we'll apply this, and now we can use it's kind of more interesting. Okay, so let's try to add a little bit of rotation. So as you can see, we have some little bit of some problems here. We had them the last time, but maybe we can. Okay. If I try to increase the fur, you will see what that means. Some of them are going on the right direction, especially for the gravity, when some of them are not going in the right direction, so I'm not sure which is the problem here. What problem is here? So let's find something. So let's focus on the art direction just for a moment. Let's say look at size of this. This might be interesting. Okay. Okay. Save this as the spike to obj. And now we will try to resolve our problem one by one. So this is this one. Okay. I think I will go back to the main elements here. So first of all, I will try to change some of the shaders we have here, just to be sure. Okay. So open Photoshop and try to create a simple fur shader. So the main idea is to correct some of the problem we've got, especially when our air seems not to following the gravity vector. So for that I will be simply take my fur air texture and try to create some basic fur shader first shader material, and then we can focus basically on why our elements doesn't really follow the gravity vector. And I think it might come from the rotation of the normal, but let's try to look into it. So I will try to create, so I will take this one and I will try to create a real, so this was my first third texture, so I will duplicate the group into a new, and I will name it fur. I will name it fur, not fug. Okay. So this was the main element. Then this was the old fur material. So I will take this. I will duplicate in my fur PSD. Okay. So I need to change this as a square. Okay, so here's my Photoshop. Okay, so if I want to square without cropping anything, here we are, we have some square value. So now that we have that, I can simply try to have some tiling system which can be made. How can I tile this? Here I need to have something like when I can say maybe something like that. Simply inverting the a little bit. Okay, so this was that. If I put this here, so now let's get rid of this part. Okay, let's create a new tile one. Okay, this could be do the trick. This could do the trick. Okay, let's remove this part. Let's say that. Okay. I think this would be the base, in fact, and this would simply add a little bit of variation in our fur distribution. So let's try something like that. Okay. Let's simply write this, take this and create a new alpha, no problem, and saved everything. Go back in Unity. Okay, in Unity now I have my new texture. So where is it? It's yes, it's here. Let's try this. In fact, let's try on our little guy here, our little 3D model. It was Spike 2, which is here. Okay. As you can see now, we have a lot of variable to change. So let's say 1 1 1 1. Okay, we will put this a little bit up just to be able to check. So basically what's happened here, it's fully black because we haven't initialized our color value here. So I can simply say something like, at first o.color would be equal to float for 1111 in order to have a multiplier for our color, which is used later, I think here, so in .rgb, color.rgb. And here we are, our little, let's get rid of this part, so our little furry ball. Okay, so now we can change some of the values because the furry ball are already too big. So maybe I can change it a bit. You can see something like that, so now it's more interesting. Okay. That's all. I think we can get rid of these elements. So this could be quite simple, and I think the error was maybe the first one. O dot alpha was equal to base dot alpha, so basically this could be okay. So with this kind of value it's more interesting. Okay, then so yeah, as you can see, it didn't take the rotation. So I think I will need to rotate the gravity based on the unity word, because if I say something like that, so let's say it's 1.200. If I simply rotate, as we can see, 90 degrees for example, now the gravity is really not the same. Maybe the gravity needs to be something like that. Let's say for 3 gravity dot xyz would be equal to the multiplication of our unity object to word by the gravity vector to follow the matrix. Unexpected token. What a mistake, again and again and again. Let me just recheck. Yeah, I think it was that float 4 by dot xyz 1. Forgot that my gravity was vec 3. But it's again not the same thing, so why? Let's duplicate the same things here, so this could work without, so the problem is elsewhere. Okay, so this was what we had, so let's try this one. So this would be simply that. For that it's okay, so now I can simply say that I want something like that. We'll name it broad gravity. Okay, and maybe I can use this here. So it doesn't take my element into account. So this is basically the main problem. Still at this part of the equation, and let's only use, we haven't used the noise here, so So let's say plus 0 plus this multiplied by 0. So I remember to use the noise. And the idea was to simply taking this, saying this xyz, something we can use instead. I think it might be better. I'm trying to changing something, but it's not. I think I have the solution. So let's go back to where we are. Okay. So basically, the main problem here is what is that we try to change the direction of our gravity, which is here. So let's put this here. Okay. We want to change the position of our shell in order to follow the gravity, but our main shape basically has some rotation, so it's made this rotation and it's in local space. So for local space, its gravity will be, if it's here and here, the local space will say that the gravity minus 0, minus 1, 0 will be on this way, and if I go here, it would be on this way. So one thing might be to, I think, rotate the if the shape rotate like that, I would need also to rotate I think the I think I would need to rotate the gravity by the rod to object matrix. I think this would be something like that, not following the object to rod matrix, which is object to rod, but the rod to object. So I would have the inverse of the matrix, and might be a solution. So let's try this part. Okay, so let's try with our geo spike tool here and put our material on it. Okay. Okay, so as you can see now, I need to say something like that. So okay, so I fixed the rotation, and now it's working. Okay, so now it's really following. So even if I rotate the shape, I will follow the gravity. So this was the trick we need to do. So now I can basically take this and this, and let's put it as the instance in local space. We need to rotate the gravity vector accordingly to the inverse matrix of the shape of the instance. Okay. Okay, and now I can rotate, and as you can see, I'm following this. So if I check play, now we have our furry man with everything following the rotation matrix accordingly. So that's great. so I can change everything and try to get some. Okay, so let's try having some. So first of all, we'll focus on the stats are pretty good, in fact. So now we have our little guy here, but we may have some things that we don't want. So we see the fur, but we see everything below it. So this is not what I want. And we have some kind of -1, for example, and if I need to follow the threads, as you can see, now we have a more furry one. Okay, so the fur shader is nearly done, but we have something to play on, which is this part here. Okay, so it's, I think, come from the alpha part. So if I want to say something like that, for example, we don't see any So where is my spiky shader? It's here. Let's put this, let's create another one here, something like that. Okay, let's disable the post-processing for a bit. Okay, so because we have disabling the alpha, we cannot see anything right now. Let's try to say something like that. So o.alpha, we will try where our shader has some mistake. So it would be the step value, for example, or the cutoff. Okay, by the, I think it would be the alpha. So fur.a. Okay. Let's wait until it's compiled. Okay, it's compiled. So as you can see now, we have a lot of and we see basically what's under our elements. So if I put some cutoff now, so a cutoff of 0, of course, would mean seeing everything. But by simply changing a little bit the cutoff, as you can see now, it's okay. So basically the second part we've made, which was here, okay, so this linear interpolation based on the fur multiplier was simply having some cutoff big and some cutoff small on the base to the tip of our variables. So let's try that. So I think I might change something like that. We have some, no, we don't have some blending, so that's okay. I was afraid to have some blending. Let's don't write, we don't need as you can see, we really don't cast shadow on our element, so we can get rid of the z right, so we don't need to get on these parts. Okay. Let's wait until it's fully compiled. Okay, so now as we can see, we would have the shape, and if I simply say this, so okay, well, that's okay, we have this shape, but we always see this little under shape here. So does it come from this one? I don't think so, but we can try something like that. I don't think it will come from the first pass of the shader, because base alpha is equal to 0 right now, so it would not be a problem. But let's put everything to 0, and let's say the float.albedo, which is a float 3, so float 3 would be equal to something black. So if we see the texture, that means it's based on this one. So it might come from the blending okay, so as you can see, we basically see the shapes, so it's really come from the blendings. because if I can, now you can see, if we reduce this, you really see the fur. Because we take the fur on all parts, we see the shape under. So this is the main problem if I want to get fur on all of it. So of course a way to simply try to avoid this part is reducing a little bit this and try something like that. So now these two variables are not assigned, and now as you can see it's more furry, but we can still see the shape a little bit under. So let's find a way to get rid of this part. So everything comes here. So let's see this. Okay, this basically O dot alpha. Okay, so basically we say that O dot alpha is equal R1 minus the fur multiplier multiplied by himself. So this part takes charge of the blending. Okay. So the main idea is to getting this nice little view here. So the more we are on the edge, the more it will fade, which is quite interesting. So this is 1 minus the fur multiplier by himself. Okay. Then we can simply add the dot product of the view direction to the normal. Okay. Remember, we add the normal. I thought in our struct we had the normal. So if we try to simply view the dot product, just to understand. First one, simply blend along the edge, along the length, in fact, of the fur. Okay, so as you can see, this is the blending. So the main idea of the view direction is simply to get rid of the elements which are not on the viewed side. Look like our 3D shapes are some inverted normal. So why that? Kind of interesting, but okay, as you can see, you can see the triangles. So this is the main idea of this variable. Okay, and when we get the two of them, here we are. So by taking everything, you will have this results. And again, this is what we want to get rid of. So something we can simply, I think, do. So if we can put everything together, okay. So let's put this together. The something we can try to get rid of the shape under, which is basically the blending system, because we see every strat, is try to set an alpha when we are on the base. So the main idea is to take the fur multiplier and try this. So let's say something like that. So dot, if I say O dot alpha multiply by the fur multiplier, for example, just to prototype our system, and fur dot alpha is not correct, is fur dot alpha with a capital A. Okay, and as you can see, it's basically an helper to try to get rid of the shape under. So it's working. So something I think might be also working is trying to work with a smooth step to try to get rid of these parts. As you can see now, the smooth thick is not useful anymore. So you see the fur, but the cutoff and this seems not to be working because we're basically using the fur multiplier here. So let's try with some variables, okay? So float, let we say something like float mask. This is the fur mask in order to cut the shell. So this is this part, okay? Hopla, cancel. So this one basically takes a bigger shell on the base and along the normal a smaller shell. So this is the main idea. So this is the mask. After the mask we have this little alpha value which basically blend according to view direction. So this is view direction blend. Okay. Then so basically now the base alpha is mask plus alpha. Okay. And we want to simply float mask base, which could be the fur multiplier multiplied by himself. Or using a smooth step. I talk about a smooth step, so let's use a smooth step. So it would be a smooth step of something based on the first multiplier. So let's say base cutoff minus base thickness multiplied by 0.5. So this is the two value we will add to our shader, and try to this one. Okay. And everything could be simply multiplied by this value. So I need base cutoff and base thickness. So let's add them here. Uniform float base cutoff and base thickness. And uniform float. Okay. Let's add them to the surface here. This would be some name and some range from 0 to 1 equal to 0 at first. And let's say thickness of 1. So let's say 0.5 in the case of 0.5, so of 1. So at first it would be on all the edge. Okay. And this is the base cutoff. And this is the base thickness. So if everything is working, I could have a beautiful error in my shader, which is adding some semicolon to the properties. Okay, and alpha, yes, it's view dir blend because alpha does not exist in this context because we'll rename it. So it's not alpha, it's mask plus view blend. I'm not sure about this part. I think so, but I'm not sure. I could say something like that. Yeah, maybe it's could be this. It could be that. Yeah, I don't think so. As you can see. Oh yeah. First of all, we made a mistake. It's the mask multiplied by the view direction blending. Okay, so now it's really not perfect, but let's try first of all to tweak a little bit the value here to check how it works. So the base cut and the and this might be interesting, but okay. First of all, so let's try to say something like that. Now we have a really big fur system. We can use this, and now the cutoff seems to be working, because as you can see here, we have our little guy here, which is basically now visible. So we can get rid of this little guy by simply saying something like that. For example, let's say 0 1 0 0 5, for example, and it would be 0 0 7. So as you can see now, if you can say something like that, 0 1.3, and now it's a purely ball of fur, which is really more interesting right now. And if we simply say 0 or 5 just to get rid, okay. So as you can see now, it seems to be better. But we see, so let's try now to get rid of the base shape, okay? So let's try to get rid of this base shape. The base shape was here, and it was, as you can see, a frag, a standard full forward shadow, but we haven't set the blending. So let's say something like alpha blend to use the blending for the first based part. And then I think it can take 1 hour to, okay, so now it's working. So now if I say let's put some fur, as you can see, we have the full fur balls, which is here, and it's really for the best. And I can simply say that if I want to have some blending, let's say I think I forgot something. I used the blend, but I think it's not the, oh yeah, I forgot to put the value here. So yeah, I can simply say something like that. So this is basically correcting every error we had on our first shader, and now we have this nice furry ball. So now I can simply use this. Okay, so if I want a little bit of this, and now, so okay, and we said we want something like, it was 1.25 30, yeah, something like that. So now it's purely a third one. So it's purely fur shader, so it's really interesting. So you can see the thickness here is quite interesting. So we still have a little problem, which seems to be the alpha here, but we'll not focus on this one right now. Okay, so I think that might be our solution for a better fur shader. Okay, so now we have our little guy here, and let's try to get rid of these two elements and try to make a better understanding on our fur shader system. So where is our little guy here? The mat is here. Okay, so as you can see now, so this was the main problem. We had this at first, so now I can have something like that. And maybe the blending, which is basically based on the fade, is not perfect. I think we might try to change a little bit the blending, because as you can see, we have a lot of, yeah, something like that might be better, in order to get rid of some of the glossiness, for example. The smoothie can be this, and so we can see a little bit under each part, because it's basically a simple fade blending. It's still interesting as a fur ball, but not purely perfect, especially on these parts. So let's try some other blending on our little guy here. Okay. So let's put this and try some blending. Okay. So unity shader blending. Okay. I needed some lights on the room, so that's okay. So there is different kind of blending in Unity. For example, we have additive, we use this, the sub-additive, the multiplicative, a lot of this. So there is two way to use the blend. So first of all, we can change here. So here we use alpha blend. As you can see, we can also change this. Yeah, it was like this one. We could use fade, for example, but I think it's not the best solution. so we can see under the shape. Really not perfect. So go back to the blending. Okay, so we will define this. So we can try to use the blend operation. So this is the blend OP, and we will use max. We will try to get only the max value between the source and the destination. Something like that. Basically it's not working. Okay, the blend OP might not be our solution. I can try to dig a little bit more into the blend operation, but it has some additive. We add the source to the destination together, we subtract the destination from the source. It's kind of more interesting now, but we still can see the element. Something that might be interesting is to simply try to set here some value. Maybe we can. Did we use the color on another element here. Use the RGBA multiplied by the color here. So maybe we can change this by multiplying not by the color but by. Okay. So let's get this in dot color dot in dot color. Okay. So basically we're multiplying the RGB for each shell by the color of our instance. Okay, so that might be a solution, and now we can simply use the color multiplication only on the based element. Okay, so that could be a solution because we can now get a black color on our little guy. So for example here, and say something like fully black. So it's creating some kind of based shape. It's kind of strange the way our little guy behaves here, because it seems it doesn't get the value of our element here. Look like why? Look like we didn't go here. But we have everything set, so that could be the solution. Maybe it's because we haven't initialized any value here, so that might be this. That might be this because we include this but we haven't set so let's use our vertex here. So now we have this, but our little guy here still has some transparency, so why? This is kind of strange, this part. if we simply comment everything from this to this, of course he didn't want to say that, so let's try. Something like that. Okay. Let's copy paste some things here just to try. Try to understand why here we have this and why when we try to instantiate everything we have something different. So if I say I want something in alpha of 1, why this would change? Visualize the output. Okay. Let's create something simple, something like this would be not here, and this would be based vertex, where everything is simply like that. So I have the setup, I have everything, so not a problem. What is that? So full forward shadow blend, it's not a problem. The base vertex and everything is here. Okay. I don't need it, but this is okay. This will be RGBA problem. In dot movie main text, which is here. The instance always seems to be transparent. But it has the same things as all the other. And basically we are here because if not I will not be able to change the value of this little guy here. So maybe one thing, the problem is I think this is the problem. The problem is the Z sorting. The Z sorting is here, but in the this is the problem. This is the Z sort. Okay, it's more like a color problem. Okay, so let's say something like that. Surface shader. Yeah. Okay. So let me explain my problem. Yeah. So the main problem is this. Okay. So now I can explain the problem. Okay. Now I understand what's happened. So the main problem is this. When I put some color on the element here, so as you can see, we have some blending directly into our all base shape. So when I try to put some fur, it seems to be transparent, and I think it doesn't come from specifically a blending. It's more like the lighting. Okay, so as you can see, when I add the lighting, which seems to see some of the under shapes. So these two ones are not GPU instances. As you can see, the Z sorting is set by Unity. So this is working right now. So when the camera turns, the Z sorting is corrected. But on this GPU instance, we didn't have any Z sorting, and this is really a problem, especially when you try to use transparent shader. This is the main problem with transparent shader, and this is why I don't like to work with transparent shader. But an idea I might have is simply try to make this base shape um, unsensible to lighting, invisible to lighting. So because I want to have this base shape as a black shape in order to occlude everything under. So this is not an alpha problem, this is a Z sorting problem, and I think something like that might be interesting. So maybe I can set the lighting of but I'm not sure about this. I can say something like that, lighting off, and maybe I can rewrite the lighting on after everything. So let's keep everything here. Let's try to disabling the lighting here. Okay, so let's try that. So if I'm disabling the lighting, I would be able to see everything. So let's try. So this is my little guy here, and it seems to be having a lot of lighting on it. So doesn't seem to affect anything. Maybe I need to write. Let's try to write the def. Yeah. It seems to correct a little bit some of the problem by writing the def. But it's really not perfect because as you can see now, so it's not working properly. So we'll activate the curl-off, of course. Yeah, curl back. Sorry. I need to curl the back face. Okay. So this is not perfect as we can see. And usually simply by saying that it would be disabling the light, but that's again not perfect. Let's say 0 for metallic and 0 for glossiness. And maybe for this one I don't want a blending. So it could be where was I? So this is the blend system, and I was working with something like So the lighting is not correct. Okay. This is working, but not in the... It's more like that sorting problem. Okay. So we still have a different kind of problem. So why? Okay. So this is not working. So if not, let's try to change the pragma. Try to change the lighting. Replacing the standard one. Expected sampler, identifier, and surface output. So this is okay, this is okay. Shader, pragma, no lighting, let's check. So if I want no lighting, it seems I have a problem in my shader. So unexpected interior, surface, standard output, expected sampler, 1D, 1D, 1D. Okay. So like I need some kind of specific shader for this one. Let's say this, and we will take everything from here. Okay, and this would be vertex. Okay, so this would be 13 2. Okay, and I will simply add 13 2. Okay, now we have no lighting on this little guy. I think I don't need this one. I don't know why this. Oh yeah, I need a no lighting model. Of course I need a no lighting model. Sure, no problem. Okay, so now it's fully black. So by disabling the lighting, I have everything. I can now okay, by disabling the lighting, I can now get rid of my as you can see, and as we saw, in fact, we had some lighting, and because we didn't have some Z sorting in our transparent shader with GPU instance, we had some lighting problem which caused some kind of alpha problem, and it was visible under our fur. So basically what I want to create is some kind of, it looks like a mask in fact, so it's simply a 3D shape which is fully blacked, and which is really don't take any lighting in order to curl everything which will be behind it. So now I can simply, I think it would work. I can simply say this is a diffuse one, for example, so this doesn't change anything. Okay, so now we will see. Okay, this is a full black. Okay. So now I can take all of my fur elements here and put it in my shader, and now I will have my base shape which is fully black and doesn't take any lighting, and on it I will get my fur shader which will be of course a little bit lighted. So I think it's the solution, and we might end up with a beautiful fur shader. So it might take some time to simply compile everything, so let's wait. Okay, it has compiled, and I think we might try our little shader now. Okay, let's try if we can get our values back on. Remember? Okay, it was 32. So I think we will be, I think we need to change our lighting on our fur also. So because as you can see, we can see the fur as lighted. Okay, so the fur is light, so if we say something like that, we didn't see any problem, but here you can see a lot of them. Okay. So before doing anything, let's try something like that. So we have some lighting here and we have some lighting here. So let's try something like that just to test everything. So now this is it, and so we have the lighting here. Okay. So if the light is here and I simply said goodbye to this, okay, and if I simply say O.WD multiply by the light attenuation, let's now put some color on it. As you can see, it doesn't take any color. Okay. Okay, shader, Pragma, Alpha. I think I've used it on another shader. Let's try. I thought it was something like this one, for example. Not this one. More like the 10, for example. I think it's the 10. Alpha test, light mode, and we use a cutout. Let's try something like that. Cutout, for example. Cutout. Bum, ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Cutout. New float, and let's say cutout 0, 1. Does Unity want to come back or not? Hey, Unity. Let's wait. Okay. So yeah, cutout might be interesting. Let's try to say okay, Unity is compiling again. Yeah, so now the cutout is really not interesting. It was at first, but not in our case. So let's go back to what we've got so far. And let's try to simply say that we are happy with this one. I think the best solution would be to simply write to try to sort our GPU instance. Go back to here. Let's wait until it's okay. Let's say we want something black. And I will say something like that. 36, 75, A little bit of fade at the end. And like that. What's happened if we change a little bit of the Q? Let's say the Q is a geometry Q. Again, we are seeing under the shape, so kind of like this furry one, but okay. Cutout might be, I think, the better solution, but so it could be cut out. Okay, let's declare the variables we have on our little element. So let's say cutout is equal to cutout range 0 1 equal 0 0 1, for example. Then in all the shaders, this one we don't need it, we'll simply say uniform dot cutout, and it will be the same here for float cutout. Okay, so now I would have a cutout as a transparent element, or using a discard might be also a solution to simply keep the, as you can see, change for the cutout. Discard might be a solution because it doesn't need to go over the Z sorting and the alpha, and it keeps the geometry. So we now have the same problem as you can see. Unity surface shader cutout. It was something like that. I forgot. Yeah, it was alpha test cutout, so it's okay here, so it was no problem. I need to change this little things here as the alpha test. Okay, because it's not alpha now, it's alpha testing. Okay, so this is now the alpha testing, so this part is okay. I still need to change a little bit of the tag here because now I'm in the transparent one, so something like that. So render type transparent cutout and alpha test like mode and ignore projector true. So this might be everything we need for an alpha cutout shader. Definition of cutout, where redefine cutout where. We have a cutout somewhere? No, not here. Of course, because we say something like that, so no, it's not. Why? Cutout seems to be here, so no problem. Of course I need to redefine it. It's in the pragma. Try to open also another solution which might be using the discard we've used on another one, and I think it was something like this one as a discard. No, which one as a discard? The two as a discard. So yeah, we clip. Okay, so now we're using a cutout, and it seems to be, I hope, a better solution. So let's say 0.5. Yeah, now we can see it's a way to correct everything, so might be a better solution. Okay, so it's working. We have a ferryman, and it's take the lighting properly, I think. So as you can see, we have some lighting here. So now we can simply change a little bit the shader to be sure to show everything. So for example, okay, can fade a little bit more to be sure. We can also increase the strength for the fur a little bit, and also we will need to reactivate this part. So okay, and now we have a little cutout here, So let's say cutout of 001 for example might be interesting. Oops. Oh, as you can see we saw some of the, so get rid of the spike. Okay, and now we can increase a little bit for to get a more furry one. Seems to be good for me. We can have some let's zoom a little bit just to check, because as we use a cutout it's clearly not perfect. Okay, so now we can focus on the texture, I think, and a little bit on the behavior, which is here, not on this one but which is here, because as you can see here we have the veil and okay, and the noise direction, and it was important to set. So now we have the third behavior, so it's kind of interesting. Let's wait until it's fully charged. So the velocity is not right, and I think it's because it's the same thing as the gravity here. We need to rotate it based on the instance, so let's say something like that, and this would be the velocity. But as you can see, it doesn't seem to be the same velocity for each one. We next try to see the way our let's try to for the next part we will see the texturing option, because it seems we have some problem texturing here. Let's create a new material, for example, and just put it aside while Unity is still loading, but it seems we have some as you can see, the tiling is really not perfect, and it's tiled over the elements, so I will need to fix this part. It's tiled over each triangle. Okay. Seems okay for me, I think. Just need to change a little bit, because let's say the velocity, for example, this. And we can put some wind inside of it. So as you can see, if I say the wind is 0, so 0.35 we will check. Okay, so now let's put some wind inside our element. So as you can see now, it's a little bit moving along. There is our animator, our new Neo sub here. Let's fix everything. So now it's not moving. Oh, it's really not moving now. Why? I haven't changed anything, but okay. Yeah, so go back here. 0 and 0, and if we want to put some element here, we can simply now see a little bit of wind, but it's really messed up, so maybe I want a more uniform wind. Okay. So we have nearly done everything we wanted to try to set up a better fur shader. Of course it's not perfect, of course I need to find a way to add a more better fur shader, but this one is quite interesting. Even if we use the discard, it's really interesting. So remember, we have this tiling system, which is really helpful if we want to simply distribute the color over the fur. And again, it can be also useful if we want to subdivide a little bit the fur behavior. So if I multiply this by 10, for example, we will have more blocky hair on different parts, so it might also be interesting. And if I say something like 0, 1, for example, it's really different. So 1, 1 is great, I think. But we have this kind of problem which come from C4D, and basically the problem, let's avoid this, it's come from the displacer. So as you can see, when I put the displacer, the UV are simply all disturbed. So why does my UV is fully disturbed? Let's use color visible render. So let's try to find a solution. So cinema for the displacer change UV. So if I use a simple sphere, as you can see, it will not change my UV, but Tetra is okay, Hexa is okay, Octa seems to tile the UV, icosahedron also, and hemispherical also. So maybe we can get just a standard texture. It's not perfect, but I would prefer to use an icosphere, but it really depends on the UV. It's UV mapping. So maybe we can use, I think we will need to use a simple UV like that. It's not perfect because it's collapsing here, but okay, let's try that. Let's put this as a spike to OBJ. Okay. And we'll launch it. quickly and try this UV mapping. I'm not sure what I've made change anything, but let's find out. And this one is this little guy here. I need to apply everything, so okay. Now on the controller we will use the spike 3. So basically it's the same problem all over the shape. And if we use a standard one, we haven't this problem, so let's try this one. Export this as a spike 3, which is here. Okay, and now as you can see it's working. And also as you can see we have a little bit of problem here. Not know why is it, but I think it might come from our first pass. Let's say this is 0 and see if we see it. And you can see the first element is something right in the it directly into the we have something written in the ambient occlusion. Don't know what it is, but it's written somewhere, which might be in this little guy here. But as it's not appeared, something which is not appeared when we use the fur, it will be enough. Okay, so we see it a little bit again. I can see it. Not know what it is, but I can see it. We were something like 35, I think 25. Thing like that. Yeah. And now we can try to reduce this. So now we have bigger fur, but if we want smaller fur, it will be something like that, for example. And if we want to have more distributed color, it might be something like that. I think 2 is enough. And I really don't know why I have this little guy here returning the depth in the ambient occlusion. Or if I'm disabling this ambient occlusion, it's again written here, as you can see. And the multiscale, it's also written, so yeah. So it seems okay. It seems we have some kind of problem on the ambient occlusion. Might come from the shader, might come from the Q. Because I think the ambient occlusion shader from Unity doesn't take the alpha. So I think for this one I will make some kind of I will try another pattern, and then if it's not working, I'm cloning the post-process profile and I'm disabling the ambient occlusion for this one, because the ambient occlusion doesn't take the transparent parts, so which is quite logical. So yeah, going back to here, going back to here. So yeah, so let's clone the profile, then we can disabling the ambient occlusion for this experiment, so it would be perfect. Okay, so maybe we can try a little bit to manage the color. So let's try that now that everything is working. So this is our base color, which is really not interesting, I thought. Let's try a little bit of first of all, let's try some pure black and white just to check. Okay, so this is our little black fur man, which has a lot of bullish elements. Maybe we can also try to reduce a little bit this displacer by saying something like, for example, something like that might be interesting. At another seed. With less displacement, minus 20 for example, so might be minus 15 might be enough. So this could be our spike tree object. Okay, so we would have something less less ballsy. So yeah, it's more like a big ball of fur. It's something. So maybe we can try to explore another color. So let's try first of all to set a gradient some inversion, would be some kind of Yeti. So now this is a Yeti man. Okay, after this Yeti man, let's try to change a little bit everything. We explored the last time some blue value. Last time someone just said Monster Inc. Someone said that my last experiment we've made a few days ago looked like a little bit of Sully with blue and green, so why not? Let's try to explore something on the let's go back on the first idea we had the last time, which was exploring some magenta colors with a little bit of green inside of it. With some of little bit of yellow when we pass to the magenta to the green. Okay, something more like that, and we can try to change a little bit the curve to be able to go on all the colors. Or something like that. Let's try that. this could be an interesting base. Okay, and after that we can try to put a little bit after that we can try to put a little bit of change, some kind of how can I say that? It's not I don't have the word in English. Yeah, some stain, some spots. So let's try to make some little bit of spot for colors, so something like that. Then we will try I really need to I need to reinstall everything in English. I don't know why it's in full French, because I didn't find all my shortcut. For example, I think Adobe doesn't made a proper traduction for the filters. So for example, if you want to use a noise, okay, a fractal noise, for example, which is basically quite comprehensive. If you're an architect, you know what is a fractal noise, and in French they managed to traduce this by something called nuage par différence, which means basically clouds by difference, which doesn't mean anything. So yeah, I'm quite upset with the way Adobe has traduced this. So yeah, this was a way to say something like that. Okay, so now we can add a little bit of our element. So we can also try to simply delete some of the elements which are not in our okay. So yeah, I'm removing some of the stain just to be able to keep the tiling of the tiles from my textures. So I'm simply getting rid of these parts a little bit. Okay, so now I can put another background color. Okay, and then I can say okay, perfect. And this could be our little stain. So let's go by this one, try to change the color, and maybe now we can add some yellow into it. Maybe a little bit of okay. So let's take this and try to remove everything and take only this and say this is our okay. We'll add some progressive, and this is a way to put a little bit of our color directly to another way would be simply to say delete and okay, and I would use this dividing by this and say oops, delete and No, it's not working. Or is it? Maybe it's working, but we need to change the level to be able to put some yellow into it. Okay. Now I can get this color a little bit. Put it here. Okay, let's try our little guy now. It's kind of interesting, but a little bit too dark, I think. So I will need to increase the value of our gradient here. And maybe we need a thought to go a little bit more on the purple, yeah, on the magenta color. And does the yellow is sufficient? I'm not sure. Let's try to move a little bit around the color. Yeah, now it's a little bit more interesting, and we can basically try to distribute a little bit more accurately the color. We can put a little bit of white spot into it, so maybe here we can simply try to say something like some white. No, white is not. Oh, a little bit interesting, but not enough. Especially if you try to distribute it over the. Yeah, it's more interesting now. So let's get rid of this little guy here. Okay, now let's go back to our little guy, our little spots here. Okay, so I think the base is quite interesting, and we can add a little bit of blue inside of it so it can be more powerful. Something like that. A little bit of okay, it has a little bit of blue inside of it, so the base is interesting, and I think now what would be interesting is to add some noise into it and try to see how it behaves. So let's go back in the compute shader. So yeah, I was thinking about simply importing these two one. So I'll try to include them here. Let's first of all check if it's a good idea. Then let's check the GPU mesh controller, which is not here, but let's check which data we have. So the oppose is the original position, so this is quite interesting. I put the oppose here, and I've simply so the oppose is basically the position every time. So I think I will need to check. No, I have the position. If in fact it's this one. Okay, so the position is I've needed, but I have it, so no problem. So something. Okay, it's working. So everything needs to be set here. So we've put the original pose here. Okay, not a problem. But I think I don't need the original. Well, yeah, the original pose is the old pose, so we can use this one, for example. Okay, we will use the original pose because we already have these elements, so no problem. So let's create some noise. So float noise color, which is equal noise gray. Okay, which will be equal to the S noise of the in.oppose.xyz plus the time multiplied by 0.5 just for the moment, and this would be multiplied by 1.5. We will need to put some of it later. And then we will add the noise grain to it, just to check. And S noise, but S noise is included. Did I put the include on the wrong file? I put the include on the wrong file. Okay, the include is here. Okay. So it's quite interesting, as you can see now, but we need to put the UV inside of it. So we basically use this, which is interesting, okay, no problem, but we need to put the UV inside of it. So where is it? It's here. So this is the UV main. This is the UV basically, because the UV is moving also. So let's say flow 3 UV 1 plus everything. Okay. Let's check the noise screen, in fact. Okay. Oh, Unity seems to have a crash. Okay, Unity's crashed because it's the let's see. Yeah, as you can see, it's crashed. Okay, so I will simply change this and relaunch it. Okay, it's here. And this was the old one. Our new scene is the 13. Oh, it takes some time to. Okay. Oh, we need to remember something. The S noise is going from -1 to 1, so we need to remap it. And I think we need to increase the UV to see something more interesting. So let's say something like UV multiplied by 10. You also need to we could put some light inside by using an emission. We could put some light directly inside the fur to make some glow growing from the fur using the fur multiplier, but I think we will do that on the next iteration. It might be interesting to have more iteration on the fur system. And now we have achieved the time where the when the shader take a little bit too long to compile. But let's check. I think, yeah, this was the idea I had in mind at first. So now we have a little bit of difference directly inside the fur, and it's animated, so we can use it to change it with a ramp, for example. So now we can try to ramp everything. So let's add a ramp. This would be here, and this would be a ramp. This would be a based RGB ramp. Okay, and here we will add some ramp. Okay. And now we will have the ramp here, which will be basically we will use the UV here, but we will use the ramp texture, which is this one. So now we can simply say that we want something like a linear interpolation between the RGB value multiplied by the color and the ramp value based on the noise gray value. Okay, and multiply by, of course, the position on the FUR multiplier between 0.5 and 5, just to let me try to remember why we use this FUR multiplier -1, so this is 0. Yeah, we wanted to multiply this to reduce the color based on the more we go on the I use my hair, but the more we go on the base, the more dark will be this area. You know what, let's try this. This would be, I think, interesting, and let's reduce a little bit this value by 0.1 to check. And if everything is working, I think this will be the end of our stream. Just to make a quick pause for a few hours, and I will be streaming maybe at 22, I think 22 p.m. In order to make the another iteration, the iteration for the day, in fact. And I think we will go with the shader and this idea of having this light going through the base of the fur to the tip of the fur. And it could be really interesting. And maybe going from the ground to the top, you know, something like. Okay, let's try this. Okay. Well, now you have that, and we need to, I think, we need to set the ramp, because we haven't set it right now. So we have the color, we have the ramp, but the ramp right now is simply a white color. So let's try this. Oh, it take the first ramp we've put. Maybe we can now we can change the ramp. Let's say something like that. Where is our ramp? So this is our ramp, and this is our theme. So let's put this one. Try the first ramp, for example. So as you can see, we're taking more of the other colors, and this one is quite interesting. We're taking more of the other colors than the main color, and I think it's because we need to invert the ramp. If we make an inversion of the ramp, it might be a better I think I will go with this one, which is, I thought, little beautiful. This one, or maybe this one, which is really interesting, having a lot of differences directly inside. This one is also really interesting. Okay, let's keep this one for a moment and add some value. Okay, so let's try something like a uniform float UV multiplier, then a uniform float pose multiplier, then a uniform float time multiplier. We need to set everything correctly, so I've used my convention by adding an underscore and a capital first letter. Multiplier. Okay, so this one we will use this here. So basically 10 will be replaced by this, the pose multiplier will be replaced by this, and the time multiplier will be replaced by this. Okay, now of course I need to invert this in order to have more of the based value, in fact. And then let's get this and try to say something like that after the cutout here. Okay, this is equal to a value into float, which will be equal to a value of 1, for example, at first. So UV time and base. Okay. The stream seems to be... The stream has cut down on Instagram, so I will not continue the stream on Instagram, because we nearly finished the stream and we only need few minutes to finish everything. So I will cut OBS Studio from this one just to have more elements. Okay, well, let's wait until everything is ready. Okay, so the pose multiplier can be something like 10. Okay, then this could be 2, for example, and time could be something like that. I think we have everything. So let's check our little guy here. We use the spike 3. So the spike 3 is this one, this little guy here. And I think we've done it. We've done our little new furry guy. It's more interesting right now, I thought. There's a little bit some dark area, and here we can see the seam of the texture, so this is really not perfect, but man, it worked. It really need to have some more correction on it, so something like for the auto exposure, for example, a little bit of more of the UV, something like that. So maybe we can simply increase a little bit the color directly by avoiding our little multiplication at the base, which is this multiplication. We can also add a little bit of emission, as we always made, so something like that. So the emission would be the O dot albedo multiplied by a global emission value. Okay, so the global emission would be also here some uniform for global emission, and you could simply say something like that. Global emission is equal to a global emission value, which is a range from 0, 1, and as a value of 0, 1, for example. So it would be a way to have some kind of emission directly from the material. Okay. And here we are. Let's wait until it's fully saved. It's interesting because instead of the last one we've made a few days ago, it's more like can I say that? Let's change it a little bit. What's interesting in our new system is the last one was a little with has a lot of, can I say, some mistakes. So especially it has some mistakes, especially on the parts of the on the fur direction, and on this transparent and that sorting things, and it gives us some kind of little cottonous some, let me just some cottony, it was the last one was a little bit too woolly, too gotten it, so it might be interesting to it's really interesting to work with this new using the discard, which will be more like a full thick fur. It's really a different one. So I made a little bit some change in order to get rid of this little elements here. So float 3 uv main text dot xy. Let's try this. So I want to get rid of the sim. So incorrect number of arguments. So this is main text xy multiplier for 300 time multiplied by this. For me it's correct. So let's say something like that. Okay, so it's working here, so let's try. So 3. Oh, of course I know this because it's time is a vector, so this is like this one. So now we have something like that for 3 0 0 time y time multiplier. Okay, so now this might be working perfectly. Yeah. Okay. Now we have some kind of new. So let's try this, and if we want to set something like that, so if I put the time multiplier to 1, you can see it's moving. Okay, so you have more cotoneous elements, and I thought I've got rid of these post effects. Why do I see this one? I thought I get rid of this one. Okay, just need to deactivate it. But when it's deactivated, we can still see some of the okay, we still have a little bit of an error somewhere, but we will not investigate this error, but we can now add some thing like 0. Yeah, so now we have a more cotoneous little guy. So this is the end of the stream for this one. I will relaunch a new stream in few hours. I don't know when, maybe at 21 or 22 p.m. Hope you like this one, and I will try to explore more the fur system, and especially we can try to get rid of this little guy here, this little